All right, and we're getting going with our first pair. We got Darren Richardson in the AMA lane driving a 2017 Infiniti, going up against Vincent Viglianti in the Dodge Challenger 2022. And Vincent Viglianti will take this one with a time of 12.5 seconds at 108 miles per hour. Credit to Darren, who got up to 109.76 right at the end there. Driving on up now is Robert in the 2011 Cadillac CTS-V in the AMA lane, going up against a 2015 Audi. Oh, listen to that burnout from Robert there as he exits the mutual propane burnout box. Nothing quite as flashy from the 2015 Audi, so we'll see how this one goes. And pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box, we got Travis in the 2016 Cadillac ATS-V taking on Orest in the Ford Focus ST in the Napa lane. Both our drivers are off. Bit of a delayed start there for the Ford Focus. And the Cadillac will take it at 117 miles per hour with a time of 12 seconds, beating out the Focus by 3.3 seconds. Taking a solo lap now, we've got a vehicle driving on up in the Napa lane, It's Chris in the 2011 Ford Shelby GT500. Gonna show us what his car can do here. And Chris is off. He reaches the 8-mile point at 121 miles per hour. And Chris finishes up at 108 with a time of 10.10 seconds. Up next, we have another race here. A couple of cars in the AMA and Napa lane. And don't forget, by the way, tonight is Speed for All Friday. We've got 2 Wallies to give away going on later on. For Street and Extreme Street. We'll start the eliminations at 9 o'clock, so stick around for that. In the meantime, our race is finished, and our driver in the Napa lane claims victory. 116.25 miles per hour. And we're going to see another solo race now from Rod Hanger, just pulled out of the mutual propane burnout box in their 1998 Dodge Viper GTS. And listen to that pop as they get going there. Caused a bit of delay for their start, but they passed the 8th mile at 99.5 miles per hour. It looks like they're going to finish this one off at 74.73. Slowed down a bit there for a time of 12.5 seconds. Pulling Pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box first, we've got our driver in the Napa lane. And it's going to be a solo lap here from the vehicle in the Napa lane. Managing to get it up to 119 miles per hour by the end. They finished with a time of 12.38 seconds. And it looks like our driver in the AMA lane is going to take a solo lap here as they, exit out of the mutual propane burnout box. We'll see what they can do in the AMA lane. And it finished that one off at 114 miles per hour in just 12.06. Well, pulling on up to the mutual propane burnout box in the Napa lane is just a gorgeous pink car. The reason you come out to JB's Power Center's Friday Night Street Legals, right? To see just some, it's honestly some bizarre cars do some racing. All right, let's see what they can do. All right, well, the 16-second delay there for the start. They'll make their way down at 78 miles per hour, finishing off at 99 in a time of 14.6 seconds, not counting the 16 to get going there. All right, our next race, we got John Albert in the 2005 Mercedes in the AMA lane, going to be taking on our truck in the Napa lane. Sorry, reverse that. Truck in the AMA lane, Mercedes in the Napa lane. And the Mercedes takes it with a speed of 107 miles per hour. They're going to beat out the truck here by 4 seconds as the truck finishes at 87 in a time of 16.28. Shift over now to a solo race. Oh, no, sorry. It is a race, as evidenced by the car pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box in the Napa lane. Taking on Dana Tate in the 2017 Chevy Camaro SS in the AMA lane. Camaro's out in front by the 8th mile point. But it seems like they're catching. And, the Camaro manages to hang on, but just by 0.1 second. Finishing out at 109 miles per hour. Next up, and leaving the mutual propane burnout box, we've got Lane in the 1999 Ford Ranger in the AMA lane. Going to be taking on our driver in the Napa lane. And the Ford Ranger will claim victory here with a time of 10.11 seconds at 135 miles per hour, clearing the opponent with a time of 17.9 seconds at 78 miles per hour. All right, we got a big car, big truck in the AMA lane. It's Dave Stewart in the 1981 Peterbilt here, blowing off some black smoke in the mutual propane burnout box. Now, if you were with us for Hot August night this week and you haven't seen these Peterbilts race, they go a lot faster than you might assume, but I guess we'll leave it to Dave to show us here. And the Peterbilt is off with a trail of black smoke behind him. He'll reach the... All right, as the smoke clears here, it seems like we may have some trouble on the track. Well, in the meantime, if you're looking for a little break, you can pop on up here to the tower, to the Coors Light Lounge, grab yourself a refreshing beverage without losing your view, or grab yourself a little more substantial snack. Go say hi to Malizia and her crew over in our concessions while we get things cleared up here. All right, we're back at it and returning with some bikes. Up in the AMA lane, we got Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki, taking on Michael in the 2018 Suzuki in the Napa lane. Both bikes are already off. Pretty decent reaction time from each, keeping it neck and neck here. The 2018 Suzuki is out in front by the 8th mile. And yeah, they'll take it 120 miles per hour, the time of 12.27, beating out that 2022 by 1.56 seconds. Because it's not about the year of the bike. All right, next up, it's another race here. We got Matt Cater on the Harley Davidson in the AMA lane, taking on our bike in the Napa lane here. The Napa lane gets the quicker start. And our driver in the Napa lane claims victory by a whole second with a time of 12 seconds and a speed of 111 miles per hour here. Switching back over to some cars, we got 2015 Audi in the AMA lane and Vincent Bigliotti in the Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane. And Vincent Bigliotti claims victory at 108 miles per hour with a time of 12.6 seconds over the 2015 Audi. Next up, we've got a Ford Focus ST with Oris behind the wheel at the AMA lane, and Dwayne in a 2012 Ford Mustang in the Napa lane. And the Mustang claims victory with a time of 15 seconds at 95 miles per hour exact there. Next up is Dave Law in the Jeep Trackhawk. Check him out in the AMA lane, taking on Adam Bailey's 1993 Mazda RX-7 in the Napa lane. Oh, and it looks like it'll be a solo lane here for Dave Law in the Jeep Trackhawk, so we'll see what he can do while we get the 93 Mazda out of the Napa lane. And the Trackhawk finishes at 118 miles per hour in a time of 11.43 seconds. Pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box, we got Chad Little in the 2016 Chevy Coupe taking on our, you know what, I don't have any details, so I'm just going to eyeball this one. What is that, a SUV in the Napa lane? All right. The Chevy Coupe claims victory by almost 3 seconds there at a speed of 115 miles per hour and a time of 12.63 seconds. Next up, we've got Matt Dory in the 2000 Honda in the AMA lane, taking on Jerry Brown's 2012 Toyota Venza. Jerry's driving the same car my mom drives. All right. Oh, man, that Toyota Venza not living up here yet. The Honda claims victory at the 12.5 second at 119 miles per hour. The Toyota Venza coming in at 86 miles per hour in a time of 16 seconds, and that is why my mom does not street race. All right, next up is John Albert in the 2005 Mercedes in the AMA lane, taking on Kaylee's 2022 Ford Edge in the Napa lane. Both our vehicles are off with a bit of a delay here, but that Mercedes out in front, 86 miles per hour by the 8th, and they will finish this one off at 110 in a time of 12.5 seconds, beating out the Ford Edge by 3.25 seconds. Taking a break from the race now, we're going to see what Riley can do in their 2004 Corvette as they pull out of the mutual propane burnout box into the AMA lane. And Riley's going to finish this one off at 80.9 miles per hour in a time of 15.3 seconds. I'll move on now to Justin Smith in the 2008 Dodge Dakota in the AMA lane, taking on Justin King's 2019 VW Golf R. And the Golf takes it at 109 miles per hour, 12.4 seconds. Going to beat out that 2008 Dodge Dakota by 3.5 seconds here. Moving on to a couple cars that should have some speed in them. We got Dana Tate's 2017 Chevy Camaro SS in the AMA lane. Taking on Caitlin's 1999 Ford Mustang. And just a reminder to all of our drivers, absolutely no AC. Yeah, it's hot out, but it is a safety issue. Please turn off your AC or face being ridiculed on the mic. I'm not above it. With both vehicles off, the Chevy Camaro claims victory at 108 miles per hour, 13.4 seconds. Going to beat up that Mustang by 4.2 seconds. All right. Next up, we got a solo lap here from Madison in the 2022 Nissan Rogue. Madison solo lap off to a bit of a slow start here. Looks like they'll cross the 8th mile at 67 miles per hour. And they'll finish off the quarter at 85 miles per hour in a time of 16.8 seconds. And just taking off out of that mutual propane burnout box, we got Chris Melnick in the 1973 Duster in the Napa lane. Going up against Devin in the 1996 Acura Integra. Gotta say, seeing some cars we don't see too often out at JB's Power Center's Friday Night Street Legals. See what a 1996 Acura Integra can do here. Oh, not a whole lot, it seems, as the 1973 Duster just takes off way out in front, already at 100 miles per hour. They finish off before the Acura even gets to the 8th mile. At 125 miles per hour in 10.76 seconds, the Acura is going to finish at 17.97 seconds. Next up, we got Leslie Thomas back at the Street Legals in their 1999 Honda Civic, taking on Jeremy in the 2013 Chevy Camaro in the AMA lane. Possibly the fastest 99 Honda Civic you may ever see. So Leslie Thomas taking it here with a 12.79 second finish, beating out a 2013 Camaro by 0.27 seconds. Next up is Waylon Carlson. Saw him out this Wednesday at August 9th. He's got the 2003 Dodge Dakota in the Napa lane. Going to be racing Darren in the 2017 Infiniti in the AMA lane. The Dakota gets the quicker reaction time here. Seems to be out in front as well. They're keeping it pretty close here by the 8th mile, and it looks like the Infiniti has gained. The Infiniti claims victory, turning it around with a time of 13.33 seconds, beating out that Dakota by 0.29. Next up, we got Tanner Bush's 2018 Truck Sport. You check that out in the AMA lane, going up against Jamal in the 1969 Chevy Camaro in the Napa lane. And the Camaro takes this one with a time of 11.9666 seconds. 117 miles per hour. That'll beat out that Truck Sport, going 105 as they cross over. But it looks like we got another truck on the track, ready to race in the Napa lane, taking on our vehicle in the AMA lane. Well, the vehicle in the AMA lane takes that one. Gotta be honest, couldn't even track the truck there in a cloud of black smoke they left in their wake. But, they lost, so too bad. All right, moving on. We got two more vehicles pulling up here for a race. We've got Cody Smith in the 2005 Dodge Magnum in the Napa lane, taking on our truck in the AMA lane.
When 344 comes up, it's not, write it down because it's not the same guy. We have to get him to change his number again.
Okay. And the truck claims victory, 110 miles per hour, beating out Cody by 3 seconds there. Oh. All right, next up, we have got Chris in the 1994 Chevy S10 in the AMA lane, taking on a car in the Napa lane. And the 94 Chevy S10 will take an L here as the driver in the Napa lane claims victory at 101 miles per hour in a time of 13.23 seconds. We're going to shift back to some bikes, though. These guys always go fast. It's Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki taking on Michael on the 2018 Suzuki. Once again, both off with a half-second reaction time here. 2018 Suzuki is out in front by the 8th mile, and it seems like they'll hang on to claim victory at 121 miles per hour in 12 seconds to the 2022's 99 miles per hour. Next up, a couple more bikes. We got Matt Cater on a Harley in the Napa lane here, and our other biker in the AMA lane. And the Harley-Davidson takes this one by 0.02 seconds. A tight one. A claim of victory at 116 miles per hour. Next up, we got Chris Lemieux. Driving a 2011 Ford Shelby GT500 in the Napa lane here. Taking a solo lap. And they'll finish their quarter mile off here. 59 miles per hour at top 14.8 seconds. All right, we got our next racers pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box now. We got Gary Sobis up in the AMA lane, driving a 1980 Chevy Camaro. And still in the mutual propane burnout box, we got Marcel in the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova. And the 1980 Chevy Camaro takes this one at 120 miles per hour. They finish off at a time of 11.36 seconds. Next up is Oris in the Ford Focus ST, taking on Clay Bird in the 1967 C10 truck. Well, the 1967 C10 truck claims victory here with a time of 14 seconds, both finishing off at 97 miles per hour, though. As we move on now to Jared in the 1982 GMC C1500 in the AMA lane. Going to be racing against the 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. The 1982 GMC finishes off first in 12 seconds as the 2015 finishes off in 19.49. All right, our next race already off. It's Chad Little in the 19 Chevy Coupe getting a quick start here over Matt Dorsey in the 2000 Honda. I'm not sure the Honda's going to be able to catch up here, but the Chevy Coupe finishes off in 13.27 seconds. The Honda does make it across a little faster, but in a time just a little too slow. Back for a solo round here. We got Clayburn in the 1967 C10 truck taking, solo lap here in the AMA lane. And Clayburn finishes off in 15 seconds at 94.24 miles per hour, sorry. Up in the Napa lane, we got Justin King in the 2019 VW Golf R taking on our driver in the AMA lane, who gets the quicker reaction time, though the Golf is already far out in front. And the Golf is going to take it at 109 miles per hour in 12.56 seconds, while our opponent follows up in a time of 16.3. All right, burning out in the mutual propane burnout box. We got our next race between Brad Thompson in the 2009 Dodge Challenger and Justin Smith in the 2008 Dodge Dakota. Both get off to a good start, though it looks like the Dodge Challenger is gaining and overtaking. And yes, the Dodge Challenger will take this one at 106 miles per hour to the Dodge Dakota's 87.57. Next up, we got Kaylee Morton in the 2022 Ford Edge in the AMA lane, taking on the truck in the Napa lane. They keep it close, but the Ford Edge loses out in the last second here to the opponent, beating him out at 0.08 seconds. Next up is Dana Tate back in the 2017 Chevy Camaro SS, coming on up in the AMA lane. Pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box in the Napa lane, we got Caden Scott back with the 1999 Ford Mustang. All right, that 2017 Chevy is going to take it with 13.42 seconds as a final time. The Mustangs 17.34. Up now for a solo race here, we got Kaytlyn Stewart in the 2019 VW Golf. Always amazed to see the VW Golf out at the street legals. Not really. They tend to be the cars racing me at stoplights the most. But all right, Kaytlyn, let's see what you can do. Well, they finish off at 102 miles per hour, a time of 13.5 seconds to complete the quarter mile. Next up is a race between Lane in the 1999 Ford Ranger and Devin in the 1996 Acura Integra. You can see in the Napa lane here. Oh, the Ford Ranger's already up to 110 at the 8th, and they finish at 137 miles per hour in a time of just 9.99 seconds, beating out the Acura by an entire 5 seconds. Up next in the Napa lane, you got John Albert in the 2005 Mercedes, taking on Madison Morton in the 2022 Nissan Rogue. And the 2005 Mercedes is going to take this one at a time of 12.5 seconds and 108 miles per hour. Shift over to a couple of vehicles from the 80s. Brandon Mills is in the 1985 Chevy C10 in the AMA lane, going up against Darren in the 1985 Ford Mustang GT in the Napa lane. Wow, both vehicles here get a honestly identical start time. But that Mustang already way out in front. They're already finished at 132 miles per hour and 10.21 seconds of Brandon Mills, just crossing over now at 15.2 seconds and 89 miles per hour. Peeling out of the Mutual Propane burnout box, we've got Rod Hanger in the 1998 Dodge Viper GTS taking a solo lap. All right, making some noise and finally getting going here. The 98 Dodge Viper is off. They already crossed the half at 121 miles per hour, and they finish at 158.67 miles per hour. That delay was certainly worth it for Rod Hanger, getting up to 158. Swapping back to our bikes, we got Michael in the on the 2018 Suzuki in the AMA lane, and our other biker in the Napa lane. Oh, they keep it so close, but that 2018 Suzuki manages to beat or take the victory, I guess, by just 0.05 seconds, getting it up to 122 miles per hour at the end there. A couple more bikes now. It's Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki and Matt Cater in the AMA lane, or Napa lane, sorry, on the Harley Davidson. And the Harley Davidson takes this one by a 20 mile per hour difference, finishing off with a time of 11.7 seconds. Don't forget, in just an hour, we really kick off the eliminations for Speed for All Friday. We got 2 Wallies to give away tonight, one for Street, one for Extreme Street, and we start those eliminations at 9 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. Up for a solo lap, we got Riley in the 2004 Corvette in the AMA lane, ready to show us what their vehicle can do. And the Corvette finishes off the quarter mile at 94 miles per hour in 14.38 seconds. Up now is Leslie Thomas, once again back in the 1999 Honda Civic in the AMA lane, taking on David in the truck in the Napa lane. Oh, no competition that would seem here. Well, our Honda Civic seems to be having some difficulties, so David takes this one, 85 miles per hour to finish at a time of 11.56 seconds. All right, our next racers are pulling up out of the Mutual Propane Burnout box. We've got Robert in the 1992 GMC C1500 taking on Darren Richardson in the Napa Lane in the 2017 Infinity. And the 2017 Infinity takes it with a time of 13.4555 seconds at 106 miles per hour. All right, we got some drivers peeling out of the Mutual Propane Burnout box. We got Rick Richardson in the 1980 Chevy Camaro Z28 in the AMA lane. Taking on Waylon Carlson back in the 2003 Dodge Dakota in the Napa lane. The Camaro takes it 114 miles per hour. They finish off in 12 seconds to the Dodge Dakota's 13.87. Taking a solo lap to show us what their vehicle can do. We got Chris in the 2011 Ford Shelby GT500 up in the Napa lane. And they're off. They crossed the 8th mile point at 122 miles per hour. They're going to finish this off at 108, slowing down a bit for a time of 10.54 seconds as we welcome our next racers. Clay Bird in the 1967 C10 truck back to the AMA lane, and Dave Law in the 2018 Jeep Trackhawk back in the Napa lane. And the Jeep Trackhawk takes this one with a time of 11.44 seconds. They cross over at 118 miles per hour to the truck's 98 at the time of 14 seconds. Peeling out of that Mutual Propane Burnout box in the Napa lane, we got Vincent Biglianti back in the 2022 Dodge Challenger to take on Matt in the 2000 Honda in the AMA lane. And Matt in the 2000 Honda manages to beat out Vincent Biglianti with a time of 12.29 seconds, beating him out by just 0.16 seconds. Our next race, we got Orist in the Ford Focus ST in the Napa lane here, taking on our driver in the AMA lane. And the AMA lane driver takes this one by an entire second with a time of 13.5 and a speed of 101 miles per hour. Ooh, all right. First up in the Napa lane, we got Jeremy in the 2013 Chevy Camaro. Over in the AMA lane, we got Roy in the 1970 Mustang convertible. I don't think they'll be driving this one with the top down, but we'll see what they can do. They keep it pretty close, but the Camaro is going to take it by a difference of 0.66 seconds at a speed of 118.9 miles per hour. Making some noise and squealing a little bit. We got Chris in the 1973 Duster back in the Napa lane with Clay Bird's 1967 C10 truck in the AMA lane. I mean, it says 1967. I'm taking a look here, and I'm kind of second guessing it, but all right. That Duster out in front with a quick reaction time out off the get-go here. Crosses over the halfway point at 101 miles per hour and finishes first at 125 miles per hour in 10.76 seconds. Up next is the truck in the AMA lane taking on the 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. Well, they keep it pretty close, but the truck takes it with a time of 13.5 seconds to the Audi's 13.9. Next up, we've got our car in the AMA lane taking on Damien's 2008 Acura CSX in the Napa lane. And the Acura manages to take this one at 104 miles per hour in just 13.27 seconds as we shift over to our next race between Richard in the 1980 Chevy Monza Spider in the AMA lane and Jared in the 1982 GMC C1500 in the Napa lane. Seems like we've got some issues with the Chevy Monza Spider in the AMA lane, but Jared finishes off in 12 seconds at 112 miles per hour. We're going to get this sorted out, but just a reminder that if you want to get a refreshing drink and not lose your view of the track, you can come on up to the tower at the Coors Light Lounge. Or if you're getting a little hungry, because the heat and all those vehicle smells sure do that to you, be sure to go say hi to Malizia and her crew at the concession stands. Get yourself something a little heartier to eat. All right, looks like we're getting ready to go again. Quick thank you to the Dan Shaw family. Just popped up here. They prepared a big old feast. I'm actually not too sure. Maybe you can go check that out. Maybe go see, because it's looking pretty good. That's my excuse for I'm just going to eat a bunch on mic. Just kidding here, but we got our next race up. It's between Tyler and the 2016 GMC truck in the AMA lane and Michael, the 1997 Ford Mustang GT. Once again, thanks to the Dan Shaw family. All right, both racers are off with a half-second reaction time. Both going a little slow here, still in the 60s as they cross the 8th mile point, but they will finish off the quarter mile in the 80s with the GMC truck taking a victory in a time of 16 seconds by 0.28 second difference. We got Cole Frederick now up in the 2007 Harley-Davidson in the AMA lane, ready to take on Michael's 2018 Suzuki in the Napa lane. They're both already off. These bikes get going fast. And the Suzuki out in front. Will they hang on? Yep. They'll take it at 122 miles per hour in 11.73 seconds. Got a couple more bikes ready to race. It's Tyler in the 2022 Suzuki, taking on the biker in the Napa lane. We got Jerry in the 2006 Harley in the AMA lane, racing Allen, also on a Harley, 2014 in the Napa lane. Keeping it pretty close here, so they're both in the 90s. But, that 2006 crosses over first at 114 miles per hour, beating out the 2014 by 0.3 seconds. We'll move on now to a solo lap from Gene on the 2003 Suzuki. Going to take a quarter mile solo. Peeling out of the mutual propane burnout box, we have our next racers. It's Chris in the Napa lane taking on Caden on the 1999 Ford Mustang in the AMA lane. And the Ford Mustang pulls in 17.7 seconds, 4.5 seconds behind Chris, who finished off at a time of 13.6. All right, our next racers both making some noise in the mutual propane burnout box. We got Lee Brown, who pulled out in the 1972 Dodge Demon in the Napa lane. Still sitting in the box, we got Marcel in the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova. Ooh, it looks like Marcel's got some problems with the 1966 Chevy Nova. We're going to see Lee Brown show us what this 1972 Dodge Demon can do in a solo round. Ooh. All right, and back we got Marcel in the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova in the AMA lane. Hopefully everything's good. Going to take a solo lap. And after the wait, the Chevy 2 Nova is off, crossing over the 8th mile at 88.55 miles per hour, and they're going to finish this one off at 114.24 in a time of 12.9 seconds. Ooh, look at those clouds coming out of the mutual propane burnout box. We got our next racers up now. We got a truck in the AMA lane taking on our vehicle in the Napa lane. Well, the truck, unfortunately saw red right at the get-go there. Fish off at 110 miles per hour. But the car's going to take it at 93 from a technicality. All right, up now we got Tanner Bush in the 2018 Truck Sport. Oh, nope, my bad. We got a car in the AMA lane. Taking off Chris in the 1994 Chevy S10 in the Napa lane. Next up is Cody Smith in the 2005 Dodge Magnum in the AMA lane, going up against Justin Smith's Dodge Dakota. Different towns. Wonder if they're related. I mean, you know how rare Smith is as a last name. And the Magnum claims victory at 94.8 miles per hour, finishing off in 14.5 seconds, ousting the Dodge Dakota by a second, 0.17. Next up is Dave Law in the Jeep Trackhawk, taking a solo quarter mile in the AMA lane here. They're already off, crossing over the 8th mile at 94 miles per hour. They're going to finish off the quarter at 76, slowing down a bit to finish in 12.28 seconds. We got Matt back in the 2000 Honda in the AMA lane, ready to take on Devin in the 1996 Acura Integra. They're both already off. Really quick reaction time from that Acura, but seems like it wasn't enough. The Honda out in front. They finish off at 123 miles per hour, time of 12.69 seconds, beating out the Acura by 4.9 seconds. Next up is Ethan in the 2020 Dodge Challenger and Jared in the 1973 Chevy Nova going head-to-head here. Well, the 2020 Dodge Challenger claims victory, 12.3 seconds. The Chevy Nova took a bit of time to get going here. They'll finish off, though, at 99.96 miles per hour. Pulling out of that mutual propane burnout box, we got Kieran in the 1997 Subaru Impreza up against Robert in the 1972 Chevy Chevelle. And the Chevy Chevelle takes it. 112 miles per hour, 12 seconds, 3 seconds to beat out the Subaru. Next up is Orris in the Ford Focus ST in the AMA lane, taking on our driver in the Napa lane. Oh, and the Ford Focus takes an L here as the opponent finishes off at 113 miles per hour in just 11.9 seconds. Once again, big thank you to the Dan Shaw family for dropping off some food earlier. Just finished it up. Felt appropriate to say thanks again. All right, our next racers are getting ready to go. And they're off. Stefan is back, or up in the AMA lane, I should say, in the 2022 Dodge, taking on Chad McKenzie in the 2008 Dodge Charger SRT8. In the Napa lane here, they're both off, keeping it pretty close in the start. The Dodge is out in front, and yeah, the 2022 Dodge claims victory at 125 miles per hour at a time of 11.9 seconds. We got a couple more, or at least one more Dodge for you. Vincent Viglianti in the Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane is taking on Brandon Mills in the 1985 Chevy C10. And Vincent Viglianti takes this one at 107.45 miles per hour, beating out the Chevy C10 by 2 seconds. Next is Brad Thompson in the 2009 Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane, racing Darren Richardson's 2017 Infiniti in the AMA lane. The Dodge Challenger takes it by a margin of 0.17 seconds. As we move on to Clay Bird back in the 1967 C10 truck, racing Jeremy McCassie in the 2013 Chevy Camaro in the AMA lane. And the Chevy Camaro will claim victory at 11.69 seconds. 2-second victory over Clay Bird as we move on to Damian Daly on the 2008 Acura CSX in the AMA lane, taking on Justin King's 2019 VW Golf R in the Napa lane. Both get off to identical reaction times here. The Golf, though, out in front. All right, and the Golf R takes victory with 12.5 seconds at 108 miles per hour, only beating out that Acura by a margin of 1.37 seconds. As we move on now to our next race, we got our mystery SUV here in the AMA lane, taking on a 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. The SUV gets the quicker reaction time, but it seems like that Audi is having no problem overtaking. They cross over the 8th mile at 81 miles per hour, and it looks like they're going to claim victory here at 100 miles per hour in a time of 14.14 seconds. Just a reminder, we got 20 minutes to go to the start of Speed for All Friday. We got 2 Wallies to give away today, one for Street and one for Extreme Street. We're going to start eliminations at 9 o'clock. So don't go anywhere. In the meantime, our race is between Matt on the Harley-Davidson and Michael on the 2018 Suzuki. Matt takes it with a finish time of 11.53 seconds, beating out the Suzuki by 0.09 seconds. Next up is Tiffany on the 2020 Harley-Davidson Lowrider, up against Alan on the 2014 Harley. Oh, they are keeping this one close. Oh, and Tiffany takes it on the 2020 Harley-Davidson on the lowrider by a margin of 0.04 seconds. We're having some tight races tonight. Next up, a couple more Harleys, actually. We got Cole Frederick on the 2007 in the AMA lane. Jerry Fitzgerald on the 2006 in the Napa lane. Jerry's out in front, but just by a little at this point. They seem to be keeping it pretty close. But Jerry stays in front, claims victory by an entire second at 110 miles per hour to Cole's 99.89. We got a solo lap now. It's Jean Lazard on the 2003 Suzuki in the Napa lane. And they'll finish off at 140 miles per hour in 10.6 seconds. Back to the races. Jerry Brown is in the 2012 Toyota Venza, a.k.a. my mom's car. Taking on Madison Morton in the 2022 Nissan Rogue. And Madison will take this one by 0.27 seconds, crossing over 84 miles per hour. But it was a slower race between those two. We'll move on now to Ryan O'Connor in the 2012 Mini Cooper, taking on our driver in the Napa lane. Oh, and the Mini Cooper takes an L here as the other driver finishes off at 95 miles per hour at a time of 14.96 seconds. Move on to another race. We got our truck in the AMA lane taking on Kaylee Morton in the 2022 Ford Edge in the Napa lane. Peeling out of that mutual propane burnout box, we got Rod Hanger back in the 1998 Dodge Viper GTS for a solo lap here. Going to take on the quarter mile and show us what they can do in that Dodge Viper. Well, for all that noise, it seems like the Dodge Viper may have some issues now. We'll try and get that sorted out. In the meantime, don't forget, if you want to keep your view of the track but grab a refreshing drink, pop on up to the tower. We've got the Coors Light Lounge open. Or, of course, you could always go say hi to Malizia and her crew in concessions. Grab yourself a snack. All right, now we got that all sorted out. We got Kelly Ritchie in the 2019 Chevy Silverado taking on a solo lap here for the quarter mile. And Kelly finishes off the solo quarter mile at 92.82 miles per hour in 15.37 seconds. Back now, hopefully everything's all good. We got Lee Brown in the 1972 Dodge Demon, hoping to see it in action this time. Going up against Jared in the 1982 GMC C1500. Oh, and that 72 Dodge Demon takes it. 118 miles per hour, 11.14 seconds, beating out that GMC by 0.65 seconds. Ooh, creating a cloud in the burnout box here. We got Kyle Robb in the 2000 Dodge Dakota Sport going up against Caden Scott's 1999 Ford Mustang in the AMA lane. Oh, no competition here. That Dodge Dakota takes it at 110 miles per hour in 12.4 seconds as the Ford Mustang follows up in 74 miles per hour in a time of 20.48 seconds. We'll see a solo lap now from Chris Lemieux in 2011 in the 2011 Ford Shelby GT500 in the Napa lane. And they finish off in 10.12 seconds at 118 miles per hour. We changed out to Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28 taking on the truck in the AMA lane. And they finish off at 33 miles per hour in a time of 11 seconds. All right, we got Steven in the 2019 Honda Accord taking on Christian's 2016 Hyundai Genesis. Both keeping it pretty close here. It seems the Honda Accord is out in front, and yes, will take the win with a 15-second finish at 94.8 miles per hour, beating out that Genesis by just 0.23 seconds. As we shift on over to Jaden in the 1995 Honda, taking on Devin in the 1996 Acura Integra in the Napa lane. All right, the 1995 Honda takes this one at a time of 16 seconds, beating out that 96 Acura by 2 seconds. We got Caitlyn Stewart back in the AMA lane, driving a 2019 VW Golf, up against Orist in the Ford Focus ST in the Napa lane. All right, the Ford Focus ST is going to take this one at 14.4 seconds, 96.86 miles per hour. Changing over now, we got Chris in the Napa lane, taking on Waylon Carlson's 2003 Dodge Dakota in the AMA lane. Up now, we got Rick Richardson in the 1980 Chevy Camaro Z28 in the AMA lane, racing Jeremy in the 2013 Chevy Camaro. And the 1980 Chevy Camaro beats out the 2013 at 120 miles per hour, beating him out by 1.12 seconds. So we shift over to Darren in the 1985 Ford Mustang GT, where you can see in the AMA lane. Getting ready to race Clay Bird's 1967 C10 truck in the Napa lane. And just a reminder, we're about 5 minutes away now from starting eliminations for Speed for All Friday. So we got 2 Wallies to give out tonight, Street and Extreme Street. Like I said, we'll start those eliminations at 9 o'clock, just 5 minutes away now. And in the meantime, our race, we got Ford Mustang, who just crossed over to 132.86 miles per hour to beat out the C10 truck by 4 seconds. Dave Law back in the 2018 Jeep Trackhawk now in the AMA lane, with Chad Little also returning in the Napa lane with the 2016 Chevy Coupe, ready to go head-to-head. And that Jeep Trackhawk takes it by almost a second there at 118 miles per hour. Credit to the Chevy, they did get up to 121 at the end. Just wasn't enough. Next, we have Brian in the 2019 Dodge Challenger taking on the truck in the Napa lane. And the Dodge Challenger crosses over at 130 miles per hour to claim victory by 3.24 seconds, at a time of just 11.37. Woo! Making some noise. We got David in the Napa lane. Oh, no, sorry. We've got a Damien in the 2008 Acura CSX in the Napa lane, taking on Chris in the 1994 Chevy S10 truck in the AMA lane. Both keeping it pretty close here, but it does seem like, yep, the 1994 Chevy S10 is going to take this one by just 0.08 seconds at 98 miles per hour. Tyler in the 2016 GMC truck is up now in the Napa lane, ready to race Stefan in the 2022 Dodge. And the 2022 takes it at 124.45 miles per hour to the GMC's 84.79. They'll claim that victory with a 4.26 second margin as we shift over to Kieran in the 1997 Subaru Impreza going up against Justin King's 2019 VW Golf R. They're both already off with the Subaru out in front, going 77 miles per hour at the 8th. Golf R going 48. Oh, boy, the Subaru crosses over exactly 100 miles per hour to take victory as the Golf R crosses over at 53 miles per hour. You can't say that's not an appropriate speed for a Volkswagen Golf, but maybe just not for the street legals. All right, we got Ethan in the 2020 Dodge Challenger now taking on the 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. Both off to close to identical starts here. It seems the Dodge Challenger is going a little faster, and yeah, they'll take it. 12.18 seconds to finish 119.59 miles per hour for Ethan in the 2020 Dodge Challenger. In the AMA lane, you can see Wally in the 1975 Plymouth Duster now as they get ready to race Robert's 1972 Chevy Chevelle. And back at it, the guy who's probably going to want to have words with me after I keep referring to his car as my mom's car, it's Jerry Brown in the 2012 Toyota Venza in the AMA lane, taking on our vehicle in the Napa lane. And the Venza's up to 68 miles per hour, but the opponent's only at 70.58, so it's keeping close. Even there, the Toyota Venza just can't catch a break. All right, we'll see a solo round now from Riley in the 2004 Red Corvette in the AMA lane. And the Corvette crosses over at 94.82 miles per hour to finish it off in 14.49 seconds. As we change now to Brad Thompson, the 2009 Dodge Challenger in the AMA lane, racing Devon's 1996 Acura Integra. And the Dodge Challenger will take it 106.69 miles per hour, finishing off in 13.27 seconds at just 4.5 seconds above the Acura. All right, we got our bikes on the track, which you know means they start fast. It's Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki in the AMA lane, the 2018 Suzuki with Michael in the Napa lane. Well, yeah, Michael just won. Already, it's over 121 miles per hour at a time of 11.74 seconds. Michael beats out Tyler by 2.2 seconds. A couple more bikes. It's Matt Cater on the Harley-Davidson in the AMA lane. And Gene Lassard on the 2003 Suzuki in the Napa lane. Gene, gonna take it at 139.36 miles per hour in a time of just 10.76 seconds. I just wouldn't be Alberta if we didn't see a couple of trucks go head-to-head, right? We got two trucks peeling out of the mutual propane burnout box right now. Justin Smith in the 2008 Dodge Dakota is in the Napa lane, and Lane is in the black 1999 Ford Ranger in the AMA lane. And the Ford Ranger gets it up to 137.49 miles per hour, finishing off in under 10 seconds as the Dodge Dakota comes in at 15.89 seconds. All right, we'll swap over to Roy in the 1970 Mustang convertible in the AMA lane, racing Joshua's 2021 Tesla. You know, I don't think I've seen a Tesla since I have been hosting the Friday Night Street Legal, so this will be interesting to watch. And the Tesla beats out the Mustang at 115 miles per hour in just 11.98 seconds. We got a solo lap now from our black SUV in the AMA lane. Gonna show us what they can do. Up now is Marcel in the 1966 Chevy 2 Nova to take on Caden Scott's 1999 Ford Mustang in the Napa lane. Well, the Chevy Nova takes that one. No competition, 114 miles per hour. They beat out the Mustang by 4.8 seconds. We'll change over now to Chris in the 2011 Ford Shelby GT500, taking the Napa lane solo. Chris gets it up to 150.3 miles per hour, the fastest of the night, to finish off in 9.65 seconds. We'll change over now to a race between Vincent Viglianti and the 2022 Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane, up against Kyle Robb's 2000 Dodge Dakota Sport. All right, the 2000 Dodge Dakota Sport taking it at 110 miles per hour. Up in the AMA lane now, we got Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28 leaving the mutual propane burnout box to take on Zachary, the 2011 Dodge in the AMA lane. Camaro takes it at 10.3 seconds, up at 136 miles per hour. Now we'll see what Andrew and Oris can do. We got Andrew in the 1968 Chevy Chevelle in the AMA lane. Oris is driving the Ford Focus ST in the Napa lane. They'll go head-to-head, and we'll see what these vehicles can do. And Andrew takes this one at a time of 12.20 seconds, beating out the Focus by 2.4. Brandon Mills is back up in the AMA lane with the 1985 Chevy C10 now to take on Chad's 2008 Dodge Charger SRT8 in the Napa lane. Oh, and that Dodge Challenger finishes off first at 112 miles per hour, 112.9, finishing off at 12.3 seconds. As we change now to Jeremy in the 2013 Chevy Camaro, who you can see in the Napa lane, taking on Chris in the AMA lane. And the Camaro takes it at exactly 120 miles per hour in 11.99 seconds. Cody Smith now up in the 2005 Dodge Magnum in the AMA lane with Jaden Hewitt in the 95 Honda in the Napa lane ready to go. And the Dodge Magnum takes it by 0.5 seconds at 95 miles per hour. Brian is up in the 2019 Dodge Challenger now. And Clay Bird, the 1967 C10 truck, back in the Napa lane. Okay. All right. All right, we are getting ready to kick off Speed for All Friday. We got 2 Wallies to give away tonight. We got one for Street, which is going to be 11:50 and slower, and one for Extreme Street, which is 11:49 and faster, depending on the index you are racing at. So we're going to close the staging lanes down for Street Legals right now. If I could get lanes 1 and 2 for people wanting to race 11:50 and slower, and lanes 3 and 4 racing 11:49 and faster. If you want to enter, get in. If you don't want to enter, Street Legals are still going to be happening, but we're going to be running a rotation of Street Legals and the races, so it'll be on a call-up basis, all right? Like I said, if you want to enter, go literally just get entered, and if not, stick around for some more just regular Street Legals. Once again, lanes 1 and 2 for a racing index 11:50 and slower, aka Street. Lanes 3 and 4, 11:49 and faster, aka Extreme Street. In the meantime, we'll wrap up this race here on the track. We got Rad Thompson, the 2009 Dodge Challenger, going up against Justin Smith's 2008 Dodge Dakota. Both get going here. The Dakota gets the quicker reaction time. It seems the Dodge Challenger overtakes before the 8th mile at 85 miles per hour, and they will finish off at 106.96 miles per hour. Oh, and we got a couple bikes now. A few bikes coming up, I guess. All right. We got Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki in the AMA lane, with Michael on the 2018 Suzuki in the Napa lane. Suzuki. And Michael takes it at 121 miles per hour at 11.69 seconds. Next up, a couple of Harleys. We got Alan, the 2014 Harley Davidson, up against Cole's 2007 in the Napa lane. And the 2014 Harley takes it at nearly exactly 12 seconds at 113 miles per hour. We'll get a couple more bikes out here now. We got Matt Cater on the Harley Davidson in the AMA lane, and Gene Lassard in the 2003 Suzuki in the Napa lane. The 2003 crossing over first and finishes off at 138.55 miles per hour in just 10.72 seconds to beat out that Harley with a margin of 1.3 seconds. In the AMA lane, we've got Caden Scott's 1999 Ford Mustang ready to take on the 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. Both get off to a decent start. Quicker reaction from the Mustang there, though it seems the Audi is out in front and will likely keep it that way. The Audi finishes off at 102 miles per hour in 14 seconds as the Ford Mustang trails behind with a time of 17.92 seconds. Up next is Jared Orr in the 1973 Chevy Nova in the AMA lane, with Vincent Biglianti in the 2022 Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane. No competition. Vincent Viglianti takes it at 107.3 miles per hour in just 12.94 seconds. As we transition now to Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28 in the AMA lane, taking on Zachary's 2011 Dodge in the Napa lane. And the Camaro takes it at 136 miles per hour in a time of 10.36 seconds. Up for a solo race now, we got Riley in the red 2004 Corvette in the Napa lane. In the Napa lane, we got Jaden Hewitt in the white 1995 Honda and Eve in the 1988 Chevy S10 in the AMA lane, ready to go head-to-head. Well, Eve saw red right at the beginning, which is a little unfortunate as they are taking the lead here. It looks like they're going to finish off the quarter mile first. Yep. 102 miles per hour. Unfortunately, the 95 Honda will take victory a second and a half later at 96 miles per hour due to that technicality.
They're just lining up the stuff for the next.
Oh. All right, as we get ready to go for Speed for All Friday, just a reminder that if you do still want to take part in the Street Legals, it's still happening. It's just going to be running as a rotation of the Street Legals and the races we got going on. So you'll just need to be called up. But of course, yeah, if you still want to take part in the Street Legals, just stick around. We'd love to see you race. Okay, let's get ready to kick off Speed for All Friday. We got 2 Wallies to give away. Just a reminder, one for street, that is going to be 1150 index or slower. The other being Extreme Street, 1149 and faster. Okay, we're going to run a rotation of the street legals and the races. So, how it's going to work, because we're doing eliminations. If you lose, you can always just go back to doing some regular street legals. But you're out for the Wally. If you win, we're going to call you back after we run a round of street legals. That said, we're getting ready to go. All right, we've got our first racers up. We've got an orange truck in the Napa lane, a red SUV in the AMA lane here. Oh, and racing 1150 and slower right now, I believe. Our orange truck takes it 12.58 seconds there, off the dial by 0.08. We welcome our next racers up now. And the racer in the Napa lane is going to take this one, finishing off at 12.49 seconds, off the dial by 0.18. All right, our next racers are off. And in the Napa lane, we have a winner with a 12.07 second finish. Very close, though. Both off the dial within 0.04 here. Oh, and our car in the Napa lane, seeing a red there with the reaction time. A bit of a shame for them. I'm sure our car in the AMA lane's not going to mind too much here as they take the win with a 15.99 seconds, 0.39 off the dial themselves. All right, next up, we got our white car here in the Napa lane and our competitor in the AMA lane. All right, and the winner in the Napa lane, off dial by 0.06, still better than the 0.15 from our driver in the AMA lane. Up now, we got Pad in the AMA lane here. I'm going to be going off of last names for this one. Real fun. Everyone gets called by their last name. Going up against couldn't find it in time. Doesn't matter. Our drivers are off. And the AMA lane takes it off dial by only 0.03, finishing off in a time of 16.53. We'll move on now to our next set of racers. All right, we got Richie in the AMA lane taking on Mills in the Napa lane. Both get off to a pretty decent start here. And it'll be Mills who takes this one. Off the dial by 0.08, but still better than Richie. All right, we'll keep it going with our next set of racers. We've got a truck in the Napa lane and a car, an SUV, in the AMA lane. And our car in the AMA lane takes it, finishing off in 16:44. Had a 16:35 index there, so they finish off just off by 0.09, beating out the 0.19 by the Napa lane. All right, we got our black car in the Napa lane. We got our silver SUV in the AMA lane. And our winner goes to the AMA lane, finishing off in 16.83 with an index or dial-in of 1670. Only off dial by 0.13. Next up, we got a truck in the AMA lane with a dial-in of 1620, going up against a car in the Napa lane. Dial-in of 1490. And the AMA, the Napa lane takes this one, finishing off in 15.16 seconds, only off dial by 0.26. Shifting over now to a couple more cars. Our AMA lane has a dial-in of 1190, going up against our Napa lane with a dial-in of 1780. So they're going to get a bit of a head start here. And the other car is off. The Napa lane takes it, only off dial by 0.15 to the 0.35 from the AMA lane. A couple of cars back up in the lanes now. Our AMA lane has a dial-in of 1300, going up against the Napa lane. They've got a dial-in of 1170 here, so they'll be catching up just a second there. And they're both off. And it'll go to our car, the AMA, in the AMA lane, finishing at 104 miles per hour, just off dial by 0.16. Oh, our next race off to a quick start here. Got a 1405 dial-in for the AMA lane, 1249 for the Napa lane. And the AMA lane takes it, 14.2 seconds to finish, off dial by just 0.15 to the Napa lane's 0.36. couple of red cars head-to-head here. In the AMA lane, we got a dial-in of 1450 going up. It's the Napa lane, who has a dial-in of 1700, so we'll get just a bit of a break here. Oh, and the AMA lane falls just a little short, a little too fast there. So it's going to go to the Napa lane, off dial by 1.5, but they still kept it on the right side of the dial. All right, next race, we got a two dial-ins here, 1780 in the AMA lane, 1228 in the Napa lane. Our AMA lane, of course, gets the quicker break there. And it'll go to the car in the Napa lane, both off dial. Just a little less for them. All right, peeling out of that mutual propane burnout box, our next competitors are ready to go. In the Napa lane, our truck has a dial-in of 1580, taking on the car in the AMA lane with a dial-in of 1210. Truck gets going first there. And the car is off. And it goes to the Napa lane, finishing off in 15.92 seconds. Just 0.12 off the dial there. The car finishing off just a little too early with an 11.79 with their 1210 index. Or dial-in, sorry. And our next set of cars are pulling on up to the mutual propane burnout box. In the AMA lane, we're going to have a dial-in of 1190 with the car in the Napa lane starting off with a dial-in of 1325. Oh, in the AMA lane, seeing red with that reaction time there. Going to go an easy win to the Napa lane here. Car in the Napa lane came in just a little too quick, but like I said, thanks to that technicality, they're going to take the win over our car in the AMA lane. Our next racers are up. Close dial-ins on this one. 1140 for the AMA lane, 1073 for the Napa lane here. Oh, and they both come in very close to the index, but it goes to the AMA lane, to the dial-in, sorry. Only off dial by 0.07 to the Napa lane's 0.09. Like I said, a close one. All right, next set of cars are up here for Extreme Street. AMA lane's got a dial-in of 1130 with 1030 in the Napa lane. And our car in the Napa lane is taking it off dial by 0.44, beating out the AMA lane off dial by 0.52. Next up, we got bikes. It's Michael on the 2018 Suzuki in the AMA lane, racing Tyler's 2022 Suzuki. Good old fun street legal action here. And the 2018 takes it at 120.87 miles per hour in under 12 seconds. We got a couple Harleys now. It's Tiffany on the 2020 Lowrider and Jerry on the 2006 Harley in the Napa lane. Tiffany once again takes a victory with the Lowrider in 11.88 seconds at 111.8 miles per hour. Got a couple more bikes for you now. It's Gene on the 2003 Suzuki in the AMA lane with Alan on the 2014 Harley in the Napa lane. Gene takes the victory, 124.62 miles per hour with a time of 10.96 seconds. That'll beat out the 2014 by a cool 1.16 seconds. Got a couple more street legals for you now. It's Cody Smith in the 2005 Dodge Magnum taking on Justin King's 2019 VW Golf R. Both off with quick reaction times here. Golf R seems to be out in front. And the VW takes it 108.9 miles per hour with a time of 12.56 seconds. Taking a look over at the AMA lane, we've got Devin in the 1996 Acura Integra and a 2015 Audi in the Napa lane. And that Audi's going to take it at 102.02 miles per hour, time of 14.11 seconds, beating out that Acura by 3.6 seconds as we shift now to a solo quarter mile from Chris in the 2011 Ford Shelby GT500 for JB's Power Center's Friday Night Street Legals. That Ford GT is off, crossing the 8th at 123 miles per hour and finishing at 153.06, a new fastest for the night from Chris in the Ford Shelby GT500. Now we've got Chris in the 1994 Chevy S10 ready to take on David in the truck in the Napa lane. And David's going to take it at 95 miles per hour, actually slowing it down a bit there near the end. To finish for 11.16 seconds. Carrying on with the street legals, we've got Roy in the 1970 Mustang convertible going up against Damien's 2008 Acura CSX. And the Mustang convertible is going to take it by 0.46 seconds at 104 miles per hour. As we change now to Riley in the 2004 Corvette in the AMA lane. Caden Scott behind the wheel of the 1999 Ford Mustang in the Napa lane. In the Napa lane, skipping the mutual propane burnout box, we got Zachary in the 2011 Dodge. Taking on Ethan in the 2020 Dodge Challenger just now, pulling out of the mutual propane burnout box in the AMA lane. And the Dodge Challenger takes it 120 miles per hour, beating out the 2011 Dodge by 3.5 seconds. We got a single rider here now. 2008 Dodge Dakota, Justin Smith behind the wheel. Going to show us what this white truck can do in the Napa lane. Looks like we're going to squeeze in one more street legal before we get back to the Wallies. Races for them. Right now we got Lee Brown in the 1972 Dodge Demon pulling up in the AMA lane to take on Stefan in the 2022 Dodge. Woo! and that demon is peeling out of the mutual propane burnout box in the AMA lane. And the Dodge Demon delivers at 118 miles per hour, finishing first in 11.13 seconds. Credit to Stefan, though, getting up to 122 miles per hour right at the end. Just wasn't enough to secure the win. And we're back at it with the elimination rounds for Speed for All Fridays. We got 2 Wallies to give away tonight. We got Street for dial-ins of 1150 and slower, and Extreme Street for 1149 and faster. Right now, we got a couple to kick off. For Street, our driver in the AMA lane is starting with a dial-in of 1598. Our driver in the Napa lane, that white car, starting with a dial-in of 1174. Just a reminder, these are elimination rounds. We are running a rotation of street legal and the races, so if you do get eliminated, you can always go back to the regular street legals while we wrap up these races. All right, both cars officially out now. And the Napa lane's going to take it. Off dial by 0.25. Finishing off at a time of 11.99 seconds. In the AMA lane, our driver has a dial-in of 1650. In our Napa lane, the orange truck got a dial-in of 1247 here, going just a little bit later. First car is off, and there goes the truck. And our driver in the Napa lane is going to take it, the AMA lane, out of there. Coming in with an off dial of just 0.04 there, too. Good for that Napa lane driver. All right, our next couple of racers are up. In the AMA lane, we've got a dial-in of 1635, 1300 for the Napa lane here, so they'll be going just a little later. And the AMA lane is off, and oh, the Napa lane seeing red. It's going to go directly to the AMA lane. Hate to see it, but at least it's not you. Yeah, and that AMA lane coming in a little too quick, too. But like I said, thanks to that technicality, they're going to take it. All right, our next racers in the AMA lane, we have a dial-in of 1670. They'll be going first. And then the Napa lane, 1204. We are currently still racing a 4th Street. That's 1150 and slower right now. We got our first car off, and there goes the truck. First car is going to pass the 8th mile point at 67 miles per hour. We got 90 miles per hour on the Napa lane. And the Napa lane comes in just a little less off dial, 0.01. Man, good for them. All right, moving on. We got 1528 dial-in the AMA lane with a 1220 in the Napa lane here. All right, the truck in the AMA lane off first, of course. There goes our second car. And it'll go to the AMA lane, only off dial by 0.0884 to the 0.0858 from the Napa lane. That is a close one. Our next set of racers are up now. We got 1245 for a dial-in in the AMA lane, 1400 in the Napa lane. So they'll be starting first here. And it goes to the AMA lane off dial by 0.9 or 0.09 to the Napa lane's 0.2124. Could I please get Darren Diego to the staging lanes for your race? Darren Diego, to hop on over there, like now. Another reminder for all of our racers right now, if you win your race, make sure you head back to lanes 1 and 2, not 3 and 4. Lanes 1 and 2, that's going to be for street. 3 and 4 are extreme street. That is 1149 and faster, all right? So, like I said, if you win, head back to lanes 1 and 2. And if you lose, you know, feel better about it. All right, looks like we're swapping over to Extreme Street now. We got our two vehicles coming up. In the AMA lane, we'll have a dial-in of 1030, while the SUV in the Napa lane will have a dial-in of 1140 here, going first just a tiny bit. Both cars are off. Quick reaction there from the AMA lane. And it's going to go to the AMA lane, off dial by .21. That was it. That was it for Extreme Street, I guess. All right, congratulations. We're back to a couple street legals here. We got Jerry on the 2006 Harley taking on Tyler's 2022 Suzuki. Suzuki is in the Napa lane here, trailing behind just a little bit. And the Harley's going to take it at 113.5 miles per hour in 12 seconds. Just 2 seconds faster than the Suzuki there. And we're back to some street legals now. We got Stefan in the 2022 Dodge pulling up in the AMA lane. Orist in the Ford Focus ST in the Napa lane, ready to go head-to-head. Get some quick reaction times out of both of these racers. Dodd, the 2022 in the AMA lane, out in front at 98 miles per hour. Ford Focus trailing at 79. And that Dodge takes the win at 125 miles per hour with a time of 11.69 seconds. The Ford Focus is 14.47. We'll keep it going now with the 96 Acura Integra. Devin behind the wheel in the AMA lane, with Jaden Hewitt in the 95 Honda in the Napa lane. That Honda is out in front, but it is still a 95 Honda. Whew, this Acura having a little trouble keeping up. Yeah, that Honda's going to take it at just 96 miles per hour in 14.44 seconds. Still able to beat out that Acura by 3.75. Next up is Darren Richardson in the 2017 Infiniti in the AMA lane, with Vincent Viglianti back in the 2022 Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane. Oh, and seeing red for that Infiniti. I mean, as a street legal, you know, it's all about the fun. It may not really matter, though we could still blast him for it a little bit. Vincent will take the win here, 12.65 second finish at 108 miles per hour. Infiniti also finished off at 108. Very close there. Rick Richardson in the AMA lane, pulling up now, is driving a 1980 Chevy Camaro Z28. Taking on Caden Scott's 1999 Ford Mustang, sitting in the mutual propane burnout box on the Napa lane. Woo! And a burnout from Caden Scott in the Mustang. All right, if you are racing street legals, please pull into lanes 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for street legals. We got our next couple of street legal racers up now. It's Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28 taking on lane's 1999 Ford Ranger in the Napa lane.
Okay, Clark, that's all your bearers for round 3.
And the Ford Ranger takes it by 0.75 seconds at 139 miles per hour to the Camaro's 139 miles per hour. Boy, they both got it up there. All right, and we are back to street. This is, of course, dial-ins of 1150 and slower. Back to the elimination rounds. Coming up in the AMA lane, we'll have a dial-in of 1405 with the green car in the Napa lane starting off with a dial-in of 1300 starting just a hair later. All right, both racers are off. Ooh, both coming in a little fast, but it's going to go to the AMA lane off dial just a little less with a 0.03 fast bird. Next up, our AMA lane's got a dial in of 1450. Our Napa lane's got a dial in of 1580. They'll be going first. And the white truck is off, and so is the AMA lane. And the Napa lane comes in at 0.06 off the dial. The AMA lane just coming in a little too fast, 0.24. Move on to our next pair here. The AMA lane will have a dial-in of 1528. There they go. And the Napa lane, 1247, they now follow. They both come in a little early, but the Napa lane, 0.03 off the dial. Closer, they're going to take that with a 12.43 second finish. Our next pair pulling up, the AMA lane has a dial-in of 1620. The Napa lane, 1245. Don't forget, if you win, return to lanes 1 and 2. 3 and 4 are for street legals. All right, our first car is off. Our second car off as well. And this round goes to the AMA lane, off dial by 0.01. The Napa lane coming in just a little too quick. Next up, our racers start AMA with a 1204 dial-in, 1182 for the Napa lane. Both our racers are off. Quick reaction times. Both up past 90 miles per hour. This one's going to go to the AMA lane. Off dial by 0.0072. While the Napa lane comes in a little early by 0.1515. Changing over now, back to the street legals. Specifically the bikes. We got Jerry on the 2006 Harley taking on Tyler's 2022 Suzuki in the Napa lane. One pair of bikes. Here we go. And the Harley claims victory at 115 miles per hour. 11.84 to finish. That's 2.43 faster than Suzuki. Changing over now to a couple of cars. Up in the Napa lane, we got Orist in the Ford Focus ST sitting in the Mutual Propane burnout box. We've got Stefan in the 2022 Dodge. And the clouds come out as Stefan performs their burnout. All right. Oh, not sure what's happening there with that Ford Focus, but the 22 Dodge not slowing down. They finish up at 126 miles per hour in 11.73 seconds. Another pair of street racers pulling into the Mutual Propane burnout boxes. In the Napa lane, we've got Lee Brown bringing back the 1972 purple Dodge Demon. Woo! And making some noise as well. Also, the AMA lane, Darren Richardson in the 2017 Infiniti. These two are about to go head-to-head. Living up to the name, the Dodge Demon takes it at 115 miles per hour, setting a speed, or finishing in a time of 11.34 seconds. As we change now to Vincent Viglianti back with the 2022 Dodge Challenger in the Napa lane. Taking on Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro Z28 in the AMA lane. Oh, and there goes Vincent. A bit of a delay there for Liam. Oh, maybe he was just giving him a polite head start. That Chevy Camaro is out in front and takes it at 145 miles per hour to Vincent's 108. All right, time now for a solo round. Leaving the Mutual Propane burnout box, you'll see Caden Scott in the 1999 Ford Mustang. Currently, finishing off that burnout. And the Mustang finishes off at 78.6 miles per hour, 17.78 seconds. And we return with round 4 of our for our street category for Speed for All Friday. We're going to kick it off with the bye here. All right, our next set of racers are pulling up now, or I should say pulling out of the mutual propane burnout boxes. Our AMA lane's going to have a dial-in of 1580, the Napa lane 1620, so we should have fairly identical starts here. Both our racers are off. Such a quick reaction time out of the Napa lane, 0.0164. We'll see if they can keep it close to their dial-in. And it's going to go to the Napa lane, finishing off in 16.6, just 0.4 off the dial. Next up in the AMA lane, we got a 1203 dial-in and a 1243 in the Napa lane. And it goes to the Napa lane, off the dial by 0.085 with a finish time of 12.5 seconds. If you won your round there for street, make sure you return to lanes 1 and 2. In the meantime, we have some street legals. Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki is back for a solo quarter mile in the AMA lane. In the mutual propane burnout boxes, we got our next set of street legal racers. We have the 1980 Chevy Camaro with Rick Richardson behind the wheel in the AMA lane, and the 2004 Corvette with Riley behind the wheel in the Napa lane. Rick Richardson takes this one at 120 miles per hour, finishing in 11.14 seconds. 2004 Corvette finishing at exactly 100 miles per hour. Up now in the AMA lane, it's Chris in the 1994 Chevy S10, going up against Cody Smith's 2005 Dodge Magnum in the Napa lane. That one goes to the Chevy S10, finishing off 0.35 seconds ahead of the Dodge Magnum. Changing that to Chris in the car in the AMA lane, taking on Stefan in the 2022 Dodge in the Napa lane. Up next, we've got Liam in the 1978 Chevy Camaro in the AMA lane, taking on Caden Scott's 1999 Ford Mustang in the Napa lane. Oh, and that Chevy Camaro gets it up to 141.38 miles per hour to finish it off in 9.87 seconds to the Ford Mustang 17.85. No shame there. Just a reminder that lanes 3 and 4 are still open. If you want to get in for street legals, make sure you pull in there. We've still got another round to go, I believe, for the Wally for our street category. All right, and we are back with another round here for the street category. Our AMA lane's got a dial-in here of 14:05. Our Napa lane starting out with a dial-in of 12:43. Both vehicles are off. And it'll go to the Napa lane, coming in 0.23 off the dial. But, man, the AMA lane came in just a little too fast. All right, next up, we got our bye here. Our driver in the AMA does have a dial in the 1620, but, you know, they got a bye. Back with some street legals now. We've got Rick Richardson, the 1980 Chevy Camaro Z28, burning out in the Mutual Propane burnout box. And in the Napa lane, we've got Chris. And this one's going to go to the 1980 Chevy Camaro Z28 with a time of 11.17 seconds. Up next is Cody Smith in the 2005 Dodge Magnum in the AMA lane, taking on Chris's 1994 Chevy S10 truck in the Napa lane. And the 1994 Chevy S10 is going to take this one with a time of 14.25 seconds at 98.66 miles per hour. All right, taking to the AMA lane solo now. We've got Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki. Coming up to the AMA lane, we got Lee Brown in the 1972 Dodge Demon taking the quarter-mile solo. All right, it's time for the final for the street category for Speed for All Fridays. This is for the Wally. Our final pair of the night, pull in. Our AMA lane will have a dial-in of 1620, while our orange truck in the Napa lane will have a dial-in of 1245. I see the crowd gathering behind them on the track. I think we're all pretty excited to see how this one goes down. And it goes to the Napa lane, coming in at 1248.03 off the dial-in. Okay, we're going to finish this off with Tyler on the 2022 Suzuki taking a solo lap down the Napa lane. Congratulations to our winners. Tyler, send us off.
Safety, after this bike gets to you, that's it for tonight. Thank God.
And that'll do it for us as Tyler finishes off in 13.86 seconds. Thank you, everyone, for coming out tonight to JB's Power Center's Friday Night Street Legals and, of course, Speed for All Friday. Congratulations to our Wally winners. And remember to drive safe unless you're back here at the track. Just kidding. That's probably something I shouldn't say. Drive safe always. Thanks for coming out. See you next time.